side. I still think this should have sound effects.
Yeah.
We're even dropping frames, just streaming my desktop. Like fucking YouTube, man.
Oh,
So it's not my computer's resources that are causing drop frames. It's not going to be as noticeable this time because it's just my desktop. Um, so maybe the things and the stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna pause. I don't need to watch the stream over here, so maybe that will save a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. But today, I'd like to update Vintage Engineering to 1.20. It's the last of my major mods that needs to be updated. Um, I'm kind of going into this blind, which can be dangerous. Um, and yeah, um, the other mods I updated weren't so bad. They weren't so bad, but this mod is about 50 times the size and complexity of any of my other mods. This mod is it's there's just not even a comparison between like flexible tools and vintage. This mod is way more complex. So I've got my cup of coffee, and yeah, we're gonna try to do this. And I also would like, I kind of set the goal for myself. I didn't want to stream for hours and hours. So I want to get this compiled and at least working on 1.20. And right now I'm at 1.20.3, by the way. And I know that there's a huge change coming to 1.20.4. I already read on it. It's sucks that he's doing that big of a change this late. Usually a change like that is doesn't happen in the middle of a release. It usually is the hallmark of a release, but for some reason they felt the need to completely recode all the multiplayer stuff. So 1.20.4 completely rebuilds the multiplayer aspect, this client server stuff. And it's not stable yet, so I'm not going to work on it. But the fact that he's doing that in the middle of the 1.20, versions is it's stupid, I think. But apparently they ran into a problem that was severe enough that required them to completely recode the multiplayer server aspect. So yeah, there could be some major problems with a lot of mods for the 1.20.4. So my suggestion to you, anybody who's playing or has a server or anything like that, when 1.20.4 comes out, do not update right away. Hold back and give it 3 months before you update to that next version, because there could be some really nasty bugs that are introduced by reprogramming the backend. So yeah, it's gonna be a crazy set. And then all of the mods, of course, are gonna have to be re-updated again, because one of the things that happens, one of the things that I read that's pretty consequential, is in 1.20.4 now, when the server loads up, and this is server side only. When the server loads up, any aspect of the game that the server doesn't need, it switches to null, right? So the server doesn't need textures. Doesn't need any textures. So right now with these versions, when everything loads up, right, and you're on the server side and you're on the client side, and I've done in previous streams, I've covered in detail the difference between the two. Sometimes you access data that, in a function. You just have a generic function that runs both on the client and the server that might access like a texture or a 3D model or something like that. And currently, it doesn't do anything. It just the server just kind of ignores it. It doesn't care. But in the future, in .4 and beyond, That value is going to be null. And if you try to access it without determining which side you're on, right? You try to access it, it's going to return object null. So you're going to start getting crashes. Which is why I tell you, wait, do not update to 20.4 for a while, because even the base game, right, even the vanilla game is so complex that I'm sure Tyrone is going to be missing some things here and there. People are going to be running into crashes all the time, and that doesn't even uh, affect, like, mods are going to have to do it too. So yeah, it's going to be a wild ride going forward. So I want to get this updated to 20.3 and allow people to get this on their game and their server or whatever. So that's one goal today, is to get it updated to 20.3. The other goal today is introduce a config system, at least the bare bones, the start of a config system, to allow people a separate way of configuring certain values, certain aspects of them. Because I've gotten a lot of feedback on. I wish I could figure out why my mic is pegging out. It's pegging out every time I say something. It's really bothering. Um, 'Cause I changed something here a little while ago.
I thought you seemed a little loud, but I figured it was just me.
I'm gonna turn the limiter back on. Um, and we're gonna try that. There we go. Yeah, I every time I try to do this, people are like, "Oh, you're too quiet." It's like, I can't win, everybody. Put the limiter back on. That way it doesn't peg out my microphone. So I got a lot of feedback on the oil geysers, and people, like, they're, of course, you can't please everybody. Somebody bitched and moaned at that. Oh, their oil geysers are everywhere. They're just a distraction, and it's just like, And then the one person had the gall of going, like, it's not realistic. And I just laugh at that. I do. I laugh because it's a fucking game. It's a game. It's not supposed to be realistic. If you want realistic, go out in the woods. Take some sticks with you and have fun. That's realistic. It's not realistic to have rifts open up around you too, but people don't seem to be bitching and moaning about that. Okay, so I want to introduce a config system. I'm going to rebalance a little bit of how often those geysers appear. I want to be able to add a flag to be able to, basically, I want to be able to customize the geyser creations, right? Instead of just a flat, like, we're just going to make their chance lower, I want to be able to add a flag that says, do you want the spout above the spout? Do you want the surface lake, right? The lake that appears on the surface. That's a separate algorithm. Do you want the underground bubble that appears, right? Because everything is predicated based on a single block that's placed in the world. And that block is the spring, the well, the source block of the well. If you go all the way down to the bottom of that well and you look at the block that's at the very bottom of everything, that block is the thing that generates all of it. So I can customize a config based on those values, based on those config values, even the size of the bubble. Like, I can config all of that stuff. And then when it generates in the world, I can use those values rather than the values that I set. And then that can apply to all of the features of the mod eventually. A lot of the features you can already edit via the JSON values. You can do patches on JSONs and edit it however you want. A config allows you a single point of editing. So there will definitely be some value config. And then A stretch goal would be to sync the config from server to client to make sure all the clients are using the same values as the server. Not that it matters, but there might be some values down the road in vintage engineering that are that affect clients, but I don't know. I could have two separate configs. This is kind of how Minecraft has gone. There's a client config and then there's a common config. Common config is basically the server, and then and so it's kind of split those two out. Um, his client configs will affect the client, and the server doesn't care, right? And typically, it's like, do you have like sometimes it's like, are you colorblind mode or UI scale stuff? Stuff that doesn't really affect the functionality of a feature. It's just how the user perceives. Those can be again so much cat hair. I swear the cat comes out here at night and uses my computer with how much cat hair is on the mouse and keyboard. It's just anyway.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, I swear it is. Like I've caught her up here before. I've like shut everything down. I leave my computer on because turning my computer on and off every day, it actually has a bad impact on the performance of the machine. Leaving it up all the time it's more stable. So I just leave it up, but the screensaver kicks on. And I'll close everything down. I'll go to bed, brush my teeth, get ready. And there's times where I've come back out because I've forgotten something, like my phone, and I've found her up right in front of the keyboard. I kid you not, found her right up in front of the keyboard. And I look over, and she looks over at me, and like she meows. The typical like, oh my god, I'm caught, like somewhere I shouldn't be. And it's just like, I'm like, what are you doing? I'm surprised I'm not getting like cat food and stuff in the mail because she's ordering it on Amazon. Okay. So now that this is gonna go, um, we should see just how bad this is. Error list. Um, I haven't done a single thing to this code base yet. I just want to see. Build, rebuild. Yep, there's a bunch of stuff. All right. Be forged, dispose. Looks like there is a new block entity openable container. Looks like it has a dispose method in it now. Interesting. That's new. Hides inherited member, block entity open container dispose. To make the variant override so public override and then do base dot dispose. What does this tell me? It just doesn't tell me anything. Okay. So in order to figure out what this might, like what the base does, because this is new. Obviously, I just tried to compile it and it's telling me an error. So what we do is we pull up dnspy, and I know there's some other .NET thingies out there. Use whatever one you're comfortable with. So we want to do block entity openable. Block entity openable container. And then this should have a dispose. Okay. So this disposes the GUI that might exist. Interesting. I honestly didn't know you had to dispose the GUI. Inventory dialog. Do I use that? Um, Client dialog. Whew. Yeah, there's a lot of code. There's these. Ooh, it's pretty crazy. Um, so what derives from this? Block entity shoot. Okay. Block entity fire pit. There's no dispose here. But is this using that inventory dialog? Is it setting that at all? Dialog title. Um, Inventory. It's setting up the inventory. Um, on player right click. Client dialog. GUI dialog block entity fire pit. Where's client? That's a different. That's a different dialog. Um, so maybe that inventory. Where is that inventory dialog coming from? I'm gonna see. Client dialog. So why dispose? That inventory dialog. Hmm. Um. None of the derived classes, the shoots, the fire pits, I really doubt any of these other ones. Some of these are kind of abstractions, but like the kern, um, I don't inventory. I love it when they add stuff and things and they don't really add any code. There's nothing for vintage store or vintage engineering. A lot of my custom code, I have all of these summaries and stuff on, right? So you can put your mouse over it and see kind of a summary of what it does, what the variables are used for, what it returns, if anything. Um, like they're really not consistent. The API itself is not really consistent to doing that. So like on player right click, base.toggle inventory client dialog. Okay. So that toggle inventory client dialog, that sets that variable. Do I use that in my code? I'm pretty sure I do. On Player right click. Let's see if I can find. Well, let's just do up here. On player right click. Yes. Okay. So that's fine. Now this one here is the same thing. Um, override dispose. Based on dispose, because the LV charger is the same thing. It has an openable image. Actually, no, the LV charger doesn't have an inventory, but electric container BE, I'm pretty sure that that's the same of all of mine. Yeah, this one doesn't open a dialog. Um, so the LV charger doesn't have a dialog. So we're gonna go back up to dispose, and we're gonna not. And I have a custom renderer on this because it renders the item that's inside of it. It renders like hovering over the top of it. So that's why you need a custom renderer for that. Okay. What is this? What? Try place block for world gen. Did they remove? Jesus Christ. Okay. Try place. Try place block for world gen. Try place block for world gen. Okay. Accessor position on block face. Random, and then block patch attribute. What? What is that? That's a whole thing. Block patch attributes BPA equals null. Okay. What? Block. Try place block for world gen. It's literally here. What? Vintage API common block. Vintage API common block. Try place block for world gen. What am I missing here, everybody? Public. Jesus. If I could type, that would be nice. Override. Bool. Try place block for world gen. Am I just blind? Am I missing something? Is it the random? Is that the thing that's is that the thing? Um I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna remove all of that. Okay.
Well, I see.
Yeah, it was this I random here.
Okay,
That was
yeah.
the
Yep.
big change. Is
It's a different type, so it was looking for a different.
it was yeah it wasn't able to match the pattern, and so it was like
Yep.
I don't have anything to override that matches that pattern. Now random wrand. I'm gonna just we're just gonna do that. That next float. Init deposit LCG random. So build oil spout base. Okay. iRandom. I'll look at the iRandom here in a second. Init deposit and then build oil spout. So I need to oil well that is under here. Init deposit needs to be iRandom. Okay. So I build this. I'm trying to build this mod. Um, you know, that other people can come in and be like, hey, I'm gonna define my own oil well with different functionality, but we're gonna keep it to be able to interact, interface with other mods. So I'm trying to build interfaces in the API as much as I can. So that's your init deposit, which um, basically sets some of the metadata on the deposit itself, and then the build oil spout is here, and then we need iRandom on this. Okay. Oh Jesus. Build. Okay, yeah. There's build surface pool. There's build bubble, and then build surface pool. Um, okay. Uh, let's look at this iRandom. Next next double, next float. Okay. Um, at least next int has some summary, but where's the summary for all these? Although I obviously know. So yeah, LCG random derives from that. So they basically pulled that out into an interface if somebody wanted to build their own random number generator. With their own weird. If somebody understood all this math, then more power to you. Next float -2 + 1. Like Jesus, oh, no thanks. I'm not gonna. It'd take me days to wade through all of that. But it's good to know that the LCG random is derived from that. So it's the try place for World Gen. It's gonna pass that in anyway. So um, LCG random number generator, particularly suitable for World Gen. Linear congruential generator. That's what LCG is. Linear congruential generator. That is a tongue twister right there. Okay. Now this MSB 3277 error I ran into with one or two other of my mods. Found conflicts between different versions of system.collections.immutable. This is not a bug with my code or anything on my side. This is looking at this right here. Vintage Story Lib is the offending file. This is referencing the immutable collection namespace, and the compiler doesn't know if it wants version 7 or version 8. And that is where this is coming from. Now, why this has popped up now, I don't know, but you can basically ignore it. I don't know. Does somebody? I mean, there's a way to basically ignore these warnings. I don't 100% know how, but yeah, I don't know how. But there's a way to do it, and I'm for now I'm just gonna ignore it. So it is what it is. This one though, block crude oil should play ambient sound. Overrides obsolete member. Add the obsolete attribute. Should play ambient sound. Get ambient sound strength. What? Okay. Method will be removed in 1.21. So, why did it give me? It didn't give me that warning. I want this warning. Give me the what to use instead. Get ambient sound strength. What is this? Block crude oil. If this block defines an ambient sound, the intensity of the ambient sound will be played at between 0 and 1. Return 0 to not play the ambient sound. Okay. So we could do get ambient sound strength instead of that. And this is an int. No, it's a float. Okay. And then lint lock. Is that?
I think he misunderstood. I think he's thinking that you're the dev of Vintage Story.
Oh no, this is a mod. This is
Yep.
Vintage Engineering, the mod. Tyrone does not do dev streams. He would probably not get anything done if he did, because there would be people just hounding him for like features and stuff.
Oof, I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah. Uh, but I have been finding references and videos to Vintage Story more and more on YouTube. There is this slow build of channels covering the game. And as time goes on, those channels are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So I know Mischief of Mice did a video series, and he was a pretty big channel. And yeah, I've seen a few other I just watched a video from like 3 months ago. Somebody comparing and contrasting quote unquote Minecraft like voxel games. And one of the five that he did was Vintage Story. And it was funny because he was like, his main complaint was that it was too hard. His main complaint that was like, this is really hard. Like, like he saw wolves, right? He's a Minecraft player. He saw wolves. He's like, oh, look at the wolves. He runs up to them and they immediately just destroy him. And it's just like, oh, they're not friendly. It's like, no, very little is friendly. Like, yeah, that was amusing. He ran up to a rift. And he runs up. He's like, "What is this?" And he heard the sound, and he turns around. He's like, "Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not."
Nope.
It's just like, yeah, Vintage Story is a brutally hard game. But yeah,
Oh boy, yeah.
but he did end it with like, "I'm absolutely gonna put in 100 hours into this game." Like he's like, "I'm absolutely gonna do it." Like, he's like, this is fascinating. I was like, good luck finding iron.
Oh yeah.
Okay, get ambient sound strength. So this look at block ID and block there is side solid. I don't even remember. I don't even remember what this was looking at. Block crude oil. The intensity and the ambient sound should be played at. So I think that this, I want to see, analyze, overridden by rain, distance to rainfall. Okay, so this is when you're like in a building, like how far are you from rainfall? Water, again, return, get block ID or side solid. So this is essentially what I copied. Yeah. Use block position version instead. I love when I copy base game code and it's like, no, this is not the right code. Use different code instead. It's like, but it's the base game version. Block ID position. So this is position. Thank God you can just pass in the position now. Is side solid? Of course, doesn't have that. This, it's so funny. It's like the way the development works is you do one thing, but then there's many other instances of the splitting of X, Y, and Z. Whatever. Because this position dot y down -1, you could do just position, right? Position dot down copy, and then just do 1, right? And that would give you the down copy. That would be easy. So there's a way to do it. There's a way to manipulate that. Anyway, okay, so that fixes that issue. So build, rebuild. What is this? Right, I need to init deposit. iRandom. There we go. Okay, so that, let's try it again. Oh, shit. Yep. So this is like, I knew that there were a lot of modding API changes for 1.20. going into this. All of my other mods didn't really use a lot. There was, I think the which mod was it? One of my mods. It might have been the crafting table. I can't remember, but they remapped the mouse buttons. So all the mouse buttons are like button one doesn't exist anymore. So if you're doing something with the mouse buttons, you'd have to figure out like left, right, middle is now the difference. But they added a bunch. They have like 7 mouse buttons. So okay, let's just run down this list. Is obsolete, not dimension aware. Use block position overload. Okay. Um, send a block entity packet. Uh, so this is depreciated. Um, is obsolete, not dimension aware. Use block position overload instead. Otherwise, this block entity will probably not work correctly in other dimensions. Um, so they're slowly phasing out, or rather the flip side is they're slowly phasing in the dimension system, because before the game didn't have any dimension system. Position. So this is the block position of the entity. Okay. Luckily, block entity position is relatively easy. Why GUI pipe extract? Okay. I'll check. What is this? String design can remove diacritics. Uh, the pipe filters. Um, String dot remove diacritics. Where did I load that from? Rejected no accessible as remove diacritics. Remove diacritics. String that remove diacritics. God, where did I GUI world GUI new? Come on. Um, GUI dialogue survival handbook. There was something in here that I looked at that where I got that remove diacritics. I got that call from um from some function in here. I just cannot. For the life of me, remember on text change. I don't know. Somebody can Google it really quick. I need to take another bio break. None of my Stream Deck buttons work for this scene that I'm on. I'm usually streaming with the streaming main stream. But not so much. Okay. Where system.txt. I don't know where I would have found that. Where was that? GUI pipe filter GUI element. So this is in okay. This is in not in a GUI. This is in the actual like element GUI element. Text something. Uh what text area? Uh pipe filter GUI. Yeah. Context changed. GUI text base. No. Text changed. God, what was it? Text input. This is got this is I'm got it. I've got to be getting close. Hide characters. Yeah, this basically builds the texture that has the text to render on the screen. Yeah, you don't if you're not a programmer and you've never had to dig into the meat and potatoes of how things actually get shown on the screen, you never really have a true appreciation for how difficult it is. Even text, like how do you render those pixels onto the screen? There are many layers to go from the program you're in all the way down to the OS level to send that data to the video card. It's layers upon layers upon layers that you have to go through. GUI element text input, GUI element number input. Like what? Um, I could have sworn it was something in here. Um, on key down, key code, key code equals 53. That's probably, um, I don't know what that one would be. 53 might be backspace. Um, editable text base. Let's look at this one since that one didn't have it. On key press. Holy Moses. Wow. Multi-line mode. Yeah, it's weird. Somewhere in this mess, I could have sworn I just had that. I found that remove diacritics somewhere. Um, text change on text change. String.join to this lines recompose text. On key down. Yeah, you can see like Control V, get clipboard. This is actually the code that allows you to paste text. This is it's crazy how you have to like reinvent all these wheels, um, just to get text and stuff inserted, and oh, it's crazy. For the life of me, I can't figure out remove remove characters. Remove is too general. I really should remove the Dyson Sphere. I have the Dyson Sphere DLLs loaded in DN Spy as well, and it's all of that. You can see Dyson brushed, remove all of this. Yeah, all the Dyson Sphere stuff comes up too. So it's mixed and matched. I can't for the life of me think about like how to manage. Let's see if we can figure out GUI. It's not going to be a GUI element. Not at the moment. What am I deriving this from? Flat list item. Flat list item. That's an interface. That's not really going to help me too much. Stack.getName.remove diacritics. This is a weird thing. Um, let's look at stack.getName. So we're going to look at item stack. Funny how it gives me like things that I don't want. Just item stack, please. There it is, down here. You'd think that this, because it's a more direct example, item stack is a perfect match. You'd think that'd be at the top, but no. Weird. Okay, go get name. Yeah. This is used a lot. There's a lot of examples where this is used. And again, I don't exactly know where I got that. I don't remember where that came from. Yeah. I doubt I would find it because like they've removed like it's obviously not going to be in the code anymore. So I don't know where that would have come from. And we spent enough time on it already. So two lower invariant. Oh no. So yeah, the removed diacritics, like I really don't know where that would have gone. Okay, let's see. Output slot ID. What are we in? Recipe creosote. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, that's fine. Is assigned to but never used? Yeah, probably. I haven't gotten into the API at all yet, so it's like I'm not. I don't want to. I don't want to like start editing code because I know 0.3 works to an extent. There's definitely bugs involved, but I know it's functional. So if I go in here and start editing code that just because there are warnings there doesn't rebuild. Okay, we have a couple warnings, but warnings don't block you, right? So the MSB 3277, there is a way, like, can I just like, I don't know, pragma ignore warning. I there is an ignore maybe warning. I don't know. I thought there was a way to do it. I did a Google search before when I first ran into it. I did mention it to Tyrone. He was a little confused as to what I was talking about, but like, yeah, this MSB 3277 warning is a conflict on the Vintage Story Lib, right? The project file item includes which caused project file item includes which caused reference is the Vintage Story Lib. So it's that's causing it. So I can't fix it. Nor do I know what the solution would be. So if somebody out there knows either how to resolve it or just how to ignore, oh Jesus, I clicked on it again. I don't want to do that. How to ignore MSB 3277. easily without craziness. Okay, so we want to go to project, and I'm going to post this to my members only first for a couple days. If anybody wants to test it or use it or load it, it's going to be posted in the members only as early access. And if nobody runs into anything catastrophic, then I can update it to the community. So this will be 0.3.2 package version. But the other thing we want to accomplish today is we want a new add class. Vintage engineering common config. Okay. I'm trying to have a mindset of like, hey, we're gonna, this is gonna be, I want to be able to, in my mind, I'm separating like server to client, because this mod is big enough where there could be difference, right? I do have custom renderers. I do have a lot of client side stuff that the server doesn't care about. And I may eventually run into something where it would be helpful to have a different config for either side. But for the time being, we're just going to kind of throw this in here. So how the configs work, there's two main functions. There's a store mod config and a load mod config. Those are the two functions that you can interact with a config. Everything else is on you to figure out. So it can be a little jarring. It can be a little rough on the learning curve. I do have a lot of projects on my GitHub that are examples, right? Flexible Tools mod has a config. The Night Watcher mod has a config. So there are examples of how to do it, and now I've kind of evolved as someone who started making code mods really before there were a lot of code mods as examples, right? I didn't have a lot of examples when I first started, like 2.5 years ago, modding. Why not implement configure? Because that's another library. I don't want my mod, especially one this big, to depend on another mod that may or may not get updated. Or if it does get updated, maybe the original author goes away and somebody else picks it up and calls it by a different name, and then I've got to redo this. And then I can't update the mod. The config lib, whoever wrote that, they needed to write it to not require it by other mods, right? It needed to be written in a way where all it did was look at the mod configs directory and load up the mod config, right? If you're gonna write a mod to edit configs that are separate, the configs are just text files. If the mod is just editing that, there's no reason why my mod needs to require your mod, or not yours. I'm speaking in the royal you. Whoever wrote that, right? Whoever wrote that config lib mod, good for them. But my mod, I don't need to require that. They should have been able to just load up that and say, here you go. I am kind of anticipating and hoping that Tyrone integrates that functionality into the base game, because it makes sense to me, right? You load up the main menu, you have mods, there's already a button there, and add a button configs and have it just load up all the configs, and just here's the configs for Night Watcher. Here's the configs for flexible tools. And you just run down the list, right? It's all fairly straightforward of what the value is, and it's essentially a text editor. Because the great thing about the Vintage Story is you can edit those configs, and for the most part, the value, you don't even have to restart the game, because all of those mods get loaded and initialized when you load a world, not when you load the game, right? So when you load the main menu of the game, it hasn't processed any of those yet. It processes those when you load a world with those mods. So doing it in the main menu, doing it as part of the base game, makes more sense to me. And Tyrone just needs a kick in the ass to get it done, right? He needs enough people. He needs enough of his customers to say, hey, we want this feature into the base game, and he will do it. But I am not going to require a bunch of library mods for Vintage Engineering. I just won't do it. Plus, I looked at the config lib mod itself. It is, I don't know. It's just, I have thoughts about it. But something as easy as just editing a config file, you need a text editor. Like it's not too big of an ask to have people go, hey, if you want to edit this, there's a text file that you edit. Like, I've already done the work. I don't understand people's reluctance to be like, I just open a file in a text editor. Like, okay, so the values we're going to initially do, and let's load up. Let's look at Vintage Engineering. And first of all, we're going to edit crude oil well. So the crude oil well, this is what generates those wells, right? This is what generates them. Now we have two different generation rates. We have crude oil well, normal, and we have the desert version. In the desert version, I upped the generation rate by 10x, and I think this is probably what's causing a lot of people problems. So we're gonna cut regular well generation by 80%, and we're gonna cut we're gonna do 0.2 on desert. So it's going to be twice as likely to happen in a desert versus normal, because deserts they can grow big. So, I mean, the odds of finding one of these, you have tries per chunk 0.02. So out of this means this is tenths and this is hundredths. So 2 out of every 100 chunks that generate, it's going to try to generate one of these. That's kind of what that means. 2 out of every 100 chunks. Which is laughably rare. Now remember, chunks are cubed, right? A chunk in Vintage Story is not the whole column from sky to bedrock. That's not a chunk in Vintage Story. A chunk is 32 by 32 by 32 blocks. That is a chunk. So this chunk generation, when it's generating, it's going down and generating chunks to the mantle. And each one of those 32 block cubes is a chunk. And then the code of the well detects the Y level that it's at, and it will only generate if it's at the chunk that's at mantle, right? If it's it will only generate if it's really well, it's like way down. And this with block callback, this is what actually calls the thing, right? It call this crude oil well is the block that it's placing, and it actually that try place block for world gen is what's run when it places the block or when it tries to place it. You can control whether or not it places it. And I'm not going to allow you to just completely not place oil wells, because a huge part of vintage engineering is going to be oil. And if you don't generate any of it in your world, then that's a problem. You're gonna basically cut off a huge part of the game, but it's going to be, if you turn off all of the other features, it's going to be incredibly hard to find. You're just going to have these little wells down the bottom of the world that are going to generate like very rarely, and you're going to have no indication on the surface. If you turn off all the features, but you could leave the surface on, turn the geyser off, turn the bubble off, and then the pool on the surface is the indication that, hey, there's something underneath. So you can mix and match however you want. But now what I really wish that I could do is add comments, like when this generates the config file, the text file. I wish I could separate things by groups. I really wish I could do that. Maybe down the road, Tyrone is gonna revisit the config system and make it more robust. For now, it's pretty simple. All right, so the config stuff for now we're gonna keep. Now remember, all of these values are going to be serialized onto disk. They're going to be directly read and written from this object to disk and back, right? So we can't do too much complex stuff in here, but all of your basic values are pretty straightforward. Okay, vintage engineering common config. We're gonna have this is config file for server for mod control on the server. Okay. So, vintage engineering common config. Now we want to want public bool oil geyser. So I'm gonna name my variables in groups, and I'm hoping that's gonna be how, when people see them, they're gonna be like oil geyser and then thing, and then oil geyser and then thing, and then maybe, you know, basically prefix them with the category, because we don't really have a way of doing categories. I wish we did, but we don't. Okay, public bool oil geyser gen spout get set public bool oil geyser gen pool public oil geyser gen bubble. So you have the spout on the surface, the pool on the surface, and then the bubble underneath. Anything else somebody might want to turn on and off about the oil, anyway, oil geyser. Let's do, there could be, so the regular crude oil here, load that up in a file that I actually can see. So this is a different generator. This basically looks at the rock at a certain depth, Y position, and it's like if it's a sedimentary rock that's deep, right? It has to be pretty deep. Then it has a chance, and we can actually lower this as well. Radius, yeah, we can lower that. Let's do 2. These tend to be Very hard to find. But because if you're in a really rich sedimentary area, then it's pretty abundant because you're almost guaranteed to spawn oil. If the sedimentary rock goes deep enough, you'll spawn it down. Okay. I mean, there could be. I don't know if there's a way to enable or disable this. Yeah, I don't know if there's an enabled tag with WorldGen deposits. I don't think I've run into one. I could be wrong, but I don't uh, I don't remember. Okay, so we don't have to like this is already. We remember we cut this down by 80%, and we cut this down by. This went from 0.5 to 0.02. So like 10, like this went down like 95%. Like this is much less relevant or much less. Okay. So when one does spawn, that's where this comes in. Yeah, you can set it to 0. 100%, you can set it to 0. But I don't know programmatically if I set a config. Jesus, if the right window was open, if I set a config value to disable oil altogether, right? How do I might be able to do it with a patch. But again, if you disable oil altogether, why do you even have the vintage engineering mod installed? Because the MV tier, the tier that I'm going to be working on this year, the MV tier is all about oil. Refining it, burning it, storing it, right? It's all, you're going to be having pump jacks, you're going to like all of the things. So if you disable it completely, that will eliminate that entire tier of stuff. Right? So my thought is like, well, why do you have the mod installed at all? If you're going to eliminate like 40% of what the mod can do, like offhand. Doesn't hurt anything to have the oil underground and not seen, right? Most people would never even know it's there. So disabling the stuff that's on the surface makes more sense because, it is what it is. Like it's on the surface. If you disable that, you can walk through the landscape and never run into problems. So yeah, I could probably work up a patch that depends on a variable. So let's, as an example, I'll enable that feature. I'm going to leave the reservoir thing alone. The well itself, I'll leave alone. I don't want to disable that. But the crude oil itself, we can try. So public oil geyser. Let's do oil gen deposit like that. And then of course I set this let's do enable disable I got to set the default value to these as well. No, what? That's so funny. enable disable surface spout of oil. Enable disable surface pool of oil. Enable disable underground bubble of oil. Enable disable underground veins of oil. So the veins of oil, even though they're labeled oil geyser, the veins of oil are generated separately, independently of the geysers. And then I've learned, I was looking at some of Dana's code, the way that they do things, very interesting because, I'm always looking for ways of improving my code and ways of improving the process. And one of the things they do is every time you load the game and load the mod or load a world with the mod, it basically rebuilds the config and then rewrites it out. And that allows you to update as I roll config versions, right? It will allow new variables, right? It'll allow new values to be put in the config without overriding a config that somebody already has. And it'll just roll your old values into the new version of the config and add all of the new values in there that somebody can go in and edit, rather than just throwing away. If you customize your config, like if you have it highly customized, let's say if it's super advanced, there's a bunch of values and stuff. So you've gone through as a server owner and you've customized it. And I release a new version of the mod that adds another config value. Doing it the basic way would throw away your old config and then regenerate the new one with all of the original values, all of the default values, throwing away all of your customizations. And I don't want to do that. So we have a public vintage common config, and then Jesus. Common config, old config. And then we can basically take the old config. Now imagine this is a new version and we have a whole bunch more values, right? A whole bunch more variables. Now, this sets the default variable, right? This sets the default. Well, if we've already loaded a config and we have new variables, the new variables get their default value. But all of the old variables get the values that people set themselves and overrode. So I want to be able to initialize a new config object with all of the old values, keeping all of the new values, right? So the old config will contain all of the original values in addition to all of the defaults of all the new values. It's really hard to explain how this works, but whenever you create a new version of an object, it gets all of the initialized values. But if I'm loading right through the serialize command, if I'm loading the config, it's initializing the object and then it's loading and overwriting all the variables. So all of the initialized objects, all of the new variables are initialized to their default. But all of the original variables, all of the older variables, are all initialized to what was in the original file. And then I take that create a new object with all of the variables basically smooshed together, and then I write out a new file. And then that new file contains all of your customized changes with all of the new variables that you can then go in and customize even. So it's a little tedious though, because it's a whole lot of oil geyser gen spout equals old config dot oil geyser gen spout, right? And it's this oil geyser gen pool equals old config gen pool oil geyser gen bubble old config gen bubble oil geyser gen deposit old config gen deposit, right? So the old config values get added, basically override these values. Some of them might be customized, some of them not. But whatever happens, the old config takes precedence. Always takes precedence. So that way you can do this. Now, if you want a value in here not to write to disk, you can use JSON ignore, right? You can use JSON ignore above your variable name, and when you serialize the file, it will not be written to disk. Otherwise, this will just generate. And let's look at let's look at, say, the flexible tools mod. And there are a couple bugs I'd like to address in one or two other mods today. Let's go code, flexible tools. And I just want to verify I'm not missing any. Yeah. Oh my God. Thanks. Right. So I don't have any assembler references. I don't have any pragmas in here. I don't have any inline things. It's just this is what the flexible tools config looks like. And again, I'm doing the same thing here as I did before, because I knew I added a bunch of variables to this. Enable scythe, and you can disable individual tools, right? And then I didn't want to override anybody's like blacklist for magnets, pickup radius. I didn't want to override any values that somebody might have they've already edited in the original, because these are the original values, and I added all of these. And so when you load the mod up in the new version, it will load the old config file, which just has these values. Then I include all of these values, and then I rewrite it, right? I rewrite everything. So yeah, I'm not missing anything here. Then we come up, and we're like, all right, this is a good config. It's pretty solid. And then we go into the mod itself, Vintage Engineering mod, and here is the mod. Now, the base mod is the thing that gets the reference to the config, because all of the other basically puzzle pieces, right? All of the other systems of the mod, I need a single point where I can point to and say, okay, this is the config file. So here we have, let's do private Vent engineering config, common config. Okay. And then we have a public Vent engineering config, common config, and then this is common config. Okay. But I don't want to do this. I want to do get I'm gonna, for now, I'll do that, and then I'm gonna come down here So where do we want? We need an entry point. We need a place to load the config. And if we do it, if we do it in something like start client side or start server side, that's too late. It's too late because what we're going to actually do is we're going to edit the assets that are loaded, right? That last variable that we did is going to edit in a patch file of value that when the mod loads the assets, it's going to run that patch or it's going to see that value. So we need that started soon. So there are a couple different places you can do that. You can do it in start or you can do it in start pre, right? Start pre, if we do override start pre, called during initial mod loading, right? Before any mod receives the call to start. So if you need something to load super early, start pre is where it's at. Called during initial mod loading, called before any mod receives a call to start. Okay. So obviously we need to call the base because why not? It probably doesn't do anything, but we're gonna initialize it anyway. So here we could set Cappy and Sappy. We could set these, the client and the server APIs, depending on what side we're on. Now the common config is more or less going to be on the server side. The client side won't need it. I'm kind of taking a page out of the Minecraft playbook here on how they've started doing it. Okay. So yeah. Unlevel finalize. This is my main mod is basically registering all the blocks. It's registering everything. Okay. So here we have I'm going to do a region. I know a lot of people hate regions, but config setup. Config related. How about config related? Public vent engineering common config read config, and then we want common config. We want private string common config file name equals. This is going to be vent engineering common dot JSON private static string. This is not going to change. Vent engineering common. Now client will be vent engineering client. Whenever the time comes where I need to do that. I off the top of my head, I can't think of it right now. Like, why would I need that? But read config. I think we might want. I'm just going to look at how I did. This is why I have so many other mods, right? The reason I made the mods that I did in the progression that I did is so I had, first of all, a working example of a feature that was as isolated as possible. that I didn't have a lot of excess frills around, that I had a more or less a pure distillation of a single feature. So the perfect example of that is the crafting table mod. My crafting table mod, there's no reason it should exist, right? You can craft in your inventory. There's no reason why the crafting table should even exist. But I wanted to teach myself how GUIs work. And I didn't want to have a whole lot of other stuff as a part of the mod, because that would just confuse me as to what was needed and what wasn't. So I made the crafting table mod to teach myself how to make GUI. And if you're learning to mod, and if you're learning the API, and if you're learning things, do not start with a mod like Vintage Engineering. Do not start with some pie in the sky, crazy, giant mod. Do not start with that. You will very quickly realize it's more work than you originally thought, and it'll more or less get abandoned because it's just too much. Start small, very tiny, and over time work up to more and more complex mods. I would not have been able to tackle Vintage Engineering had I not made the 13 other mods that I made. Those taught me the system, right? Ores Aplenty taught me how WorldGen works. Taught me how ores and all of the JSON backend talk to one another, how everything interacted with one another. You know, as I built mods, I learned more and more about how the API worked, and that gave me a good enough foundation to try to tackle something bigger. And Vintage Engineering is still, in my experience, still too big of a mod. Like, I don't have any help right now. I wish I did. I wish I had a couple really good programmers that were willing to tackle feature A or feature B and let me flesh out, you know, whatever system I'm working on, crush whatever bugs I need to do. Like, I wish I had help to do that. But right now, sadly, I don't. So when I look back at a mod and I'm like, oh, I'm implementing feature A, and I want to make sure that I'm consistent, right, with my style, I look back at an old mod. And this is why I have like the Flexible Tools mod, because Flexible Tools mod has a whole bunch of stuff in it that's relatively simple and relatively easy to pick apart and see how it worked. But yeah, this here, again, I'm doing the... Yeah, we'll get into this. I'm going to move this to another monitor really quick here, but here's my read config. Okay. It's literally the meat and potatoes of the whole enchilada. So, okay, so read config. This is amazingly static. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Nope. We're going to put this around a try catch. And a try catch, if you didn't know, is a way to capture exceptions when they happen and not crash the game. You catch the exception rather than have it crash the game. So this tells you a lot. There's load mod config. There's two main uses or two main ways of communicating with configs: load mod config and store mod config. Load mod config, there's certain ways that it fails, and the description of this is really, really nice because it tells you exactly what you need to know, right? You need to provide a unique file name. Recommendation: surround this call with a try catch in case the user made a typo when changing the configuration. Be aware. So if there's a typo, if somebody made a typo in it, then it will basically throw an exception. And you don't want to crash the game from that. And again, a typo would rebuild the config. So be careful with typos. Be aware that these configs are not synchronized between the client and the server. Again, very important information. If you need clients to sync with servers, you got to do that yourself. Each side will store their own copy of the configuration. So if these configs affect gameplay, you will need to synchronize it to the client via network packet. Now, if these configs affect gameplay, and you might think, well, that's kind of a broad description. If a config is enabling or disabling something like WorldGen or a recipe, right? That is, recipes are synchronized to the client. So if a config is disabling a recipe on the server, that change will affect the client. The configuration file, it doesn't matter what it is on the client because the client's getting the recipe. Now, if the behavior of a tool or a block, right, if a behavior of that is changing a config, then you absolutely need to synchronize. Because the client or the server, the behavior is going to be, behavior A, and it's going to behave a certain way. And the client, if the client has a different configuration, which changes that, then the two are not in sync, right? The client's simulation is desynced from the server, and then you cause problems. So be very, very careful. But when I first load, this won't exist. Right? It won't exist. Returns null if the file does not exist. Again, very important information. It doesn't crash. It just returns null. Then we do if temp-config equals null, temp-config equals new common config. So null means the file didn't exist, right? File didn't exist. So then we knew it, and a new initializes all the variables of it to their defaults. Then we do api.store mod config. Temp config common file name. The store mod config writes it to disk. Right? It just pops it into the disk. And then we return temp config. Now, the catch, the exception, this is when there's a typo. Not when it doesn't exist, but when there's a typo. Yes. If there's a typo, it's unable to load the file. It will literally, well, depending on how the mod author writes it, right? I could write in here like you could handle it two ways. You could initialize a config using default values without storing it to disk. Which would never tell the user something bad happened, right? Nothing. You would never see the result of like, hey, this errored out. So we have to first api.logger.error. This is Vintage engineering config file error. Config file exception. Oh, I missed a C. Vintage engineering config file exception. Typo or invalid value. So it would be in the log file. You know, you loaded up the game, it wouldn't crash, right? You would load up the game, the configs would be off, you would detect that, look in the log file, and you would see that there was an exception. There was a typo or invalid value, rebuilding config. It's some response. This is what's frustrating. The player, the user, there needs to be some responsibility of doing things the right way. There just has to be. If I dummy proof the whole thing, then I'm sorry, but it's 10 times the amount of work to try to mitigate every possible problem that somebody could have. It's just so much work. People just don't understand how much work it is. They just don't understand how much work it is to do these mods, and they think it's just magical. It just comes out of like nothing. It's like, no, it's not really the case at all. Okay, so people absolutely lose their config, and then they'll learn, hey, don't do typos. Be very careful. You can't go in there and spam on your keyboard and expect anything to happen. Like, there has to be an expectation of competence to some level, right? There has to be some level of understanding. um. Okay, so binge entering config file exception. Yeah, if I could stop somehow, I don't know how. I could throw another except like you could crash hard. I could crash it hard by not putting it into a try catch. A try catch makes sure it ends gracefully. But then I get people bitching and moaning that it's crashing their game. Like I cannot win. It's like, oh, it's crashing my game, saying the config file is invalid. You know, it's like, well, then fix the config file. So if you have a typo, you either have to go in and fix the typo, or have the file regenerate and have to go in and re-edit the file. And if you do another typo, hey, guess what? It's going to redo it again. It's just how the world works. It's just how it works. Okay, so this is going to be temp config equals new config dot store mod config. Temp config, comma, common config, return temp config. And then I want no. Didn't I? Yeah. Common config. I'm going to take the return off of all of these. And down on the bottom here, we're going to do common conf. Why? Hmm. Okay. I think I know. Return temp config. So this it doesn't it the values just go to the default. It doesn't really break anything, right? In this instance, the oil geysers would be a little bit more common. That would be the big change. Um, and if somebody complains about that, hey, I set the values low and they're still generating all over the place, I'd be like, A, check the log file, see if there's an exception with your config value. Number one, right? Is there an exception on the config file itself? I preface all of my errors with either VINT or vintage engineering. I could even go and say vint engineering. Vint engineering. Vint, please. Thank you. So if you look there's if I don't even know if I have any other I don't have any other exceptions in here. But anyway, yeah, this is very, very much like a common thing. All of my mods I basically preface with errors like this, so you could easily search a text file for that code and be like, oh, there's all the errors for this. But yeah, it's like it would just make these more prevalent, and you go back in, set the values, make sure there's no typos, reload the world, and then you could regenerate those chunks, right? You do /wgen space regen. If you're let's say you're standing in the chunk where the geyser is. You do /wgen space regen space 1, and it will regenerate the chunks around you, like the 9 chunks around you. Now, you don't want to do that in the middle of your base. That would be bad. But if you absolutely want to get rid of an oil geyser, you can regenerate the chunk, and it will regenerate. Even regenerating without editing the configs could regenerate and not have the geyser there, because it's a random event. It's a random thing. A truly random thing. It's not like Minecraft random. Minecraft random is consistently random, whereas vintage story random is truly random. It may not exist if you regenerate the chunks, even without editing. It could just disappear, because there's a word for that. Do you know what the word is? It's the seed. The world seed is not deterministic, right? The world seed, there's actually several seeds. When you generate a world, the main seed that you put in is different. That seed affects some of the other seeds. And then you just, yeah. So some of the land form remains the same. Like a mountain will still be a mountain. But the features that are sprinkled on the surface change depending on, you could just regenerate a chunk over and over. The trees would change, grass, the pebbles on the ground. Those kinds of features are not deterministic in vintage story. And that includes the geyser. So if one spawns, you can regenerate the chunk and it will disappear. Most of the time it'll disappear. Because it's such a small chance. There's such a small chance. Okay. So here we have temp config equals new config. We have store mod config. Now, this else is special because this else means we successfully loaded the config. We have the object, but it may be a different version than what we did. And I really don't want to implement file versionings for configs because that's just another value that I have to edit, and I really don't want to do that. There's already enough stuff to keep track of for this mod. So rather than do that, we're just going to do api.storemodconfig, vintage engineering config. We're going to do new vintage engineering common config, but we're going to pass it the temp config. Right? We're going to pass it the temp config. So what this does is it takes the config that we loaded, which again might have not as many variables as we had before. Right? There could be new variables in the config object itself. And when this initializes, when the load mod config initializes the object, it will initialize everything with their defaults, and then it will override as it deserializes stuff off disk. And so this object will then have in it all of your original values that you might have customized, but then it will also have in it all of the new values that you may not have seen before because it was an older version. Right? And so this, and if I didn't do this, you would never have those new values in the config, right? Because it loads the config, it doesn't error out. You know, it only overrides certain ones, but it never stores them back on disk, and that's what this is for. This stores them back and is able to write all of the new values, right? It basically rebuilds it, but using all of your original values, so you don't lose anything. So now we want temp config equals api.load mod config, vintage engineering common config, and then common file name. So this then, so it writes out the file using all of your new, right? It writes them all out, and then it loads them back in again, reinitializing the object that we had. And that's what I return out of this, is I want to make sure we're getting the right value. So it loads it back in, which should be fine, and then I'll return it down here because it'll go from here and then jump down here, return. So up here where we're returning it, I want to say if common config equals null, common config equals read config. This is a problem. API. Yeah, API. This is the problem with this. This read config. I think instead of putting this here, because this is just a simple accessor. The common config is just going to be on the server. If API is iCore server API, common config equals read config API. This will only load the config on the server. Okay, Um, and this will initialize, load it, reinitialize it. This will do all the things in start pre, right? We want to start pre, and then we want to do start pre. Now, again, these are going to be on the server. Appreciated config variables. Removing a variable, obviously, what you would probably do at first would be to add the JSON ignore onto the variable. So when it loaded it in, it would ignore, and when it wrote it to disk, it would ignore. Right? You would add the JSON ignore. Let's say, as an example, I want to depreciate this. So I would add JSON ignore to this. Right? JSON ignore prevents a property from being serialized or deserialized, which means when it's loading off of disk, it's going to ignore it, and when it's writing to disk, it's going to ignore it. That way, the very next time somebody runs the mod, this step here, when it rewrites, when it writes the values back to disk, it will not write that ignored value back. So it'll remove that value off the config, leaving everything else. And then you could wait a couple more versions and then remove it altogether out of the file. But that's kind of how I would solve that, to be as less crashy breaky as possible. Is you would just ignore on the config side for a while, and then you would remove it. If you flat out removed it, I don't know what would happen. You could just flat out remove it, and it just wouldn't serialize it. It wouldn't deserialize it either, because the value wouldn't be there. It would just ignore it into the config file, and then when it rewrote it, it just wouldn't include it because the variable no longer exists. So the JSON ignore would be a way to depreciate it safely over time, but just removing it out of the config file, right, out of the object, just removing it out of here would basically accomplish the same thing. But in here, where is it at? So we're on the server here. Remember, we're starting to load. So we can say api.world.config.set bool. Are these even bools? Did I? They are. Okay. That set bool. Now we want to do vintage engineering. Gen, I think it was gen deposit. Gen oil deposit. Yeah, and let's oil deposit. Because I'm going to be eventually, way down the road, also adding like uranium and some of that stuff too. So I want to make sure we are good to go. So which value do we want to set? We want to set common config.oilgeyser.gen oil deposit. So you might be asking yourself, like, what does this do? Well, when you load a world, there's a huge list of config values, right? That when you generate the world, remember you go through all the tabs when you generate a new world, and you can set all of these variables, drifters, time of day, all these variables. Well, those variables are getting stored in this config world thingy, right? So we're specifying a new variable, vintage engineering, gen oil deposit. You want this needs to be unique. So prefacing it with the mod name is a very good idea. And then having what it actually is for, gen oil deposit. And so we're setting that specific one. We don't need to use the other ones. We don't need those other ones. We're just specifying this one. So if we come in here and we go, okay, we go to the mod, we go assets, and we go patches. We see this is flexible tools. So we're just going to copy one of these files. You go down to vintage engineering, game. We're going to add patches. Now, would it be possible to do this in my, I think I might be able to do this over here. So we're going to paste this here. We're going to do disable oil deposits. Okay. Then we're going to come in here. We're going to edit. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to specify, here's your condition. This is that variable. There's my variable. Vintage engineering, gen oil deposits. And all of the other JSON patch values, right, file, op, path, whatever. Add merge. I think we need set. I can't remember. It has been a while since I've done JSON patches. Let's see if I can just pull up a quick example. Replace, not set. Replace. Okay. So now we need to figure out the file. Well, we're not in this domain, Vint engineering, because we're going to try to drill down vintage engineering, mod, assets, vintage engineering, WorldGen deposits, crude oil. Right? This is the file we want to drill down into. So vintage engineering, assets you don't need, right? You don't need that. You don't need the domain because the domain is here, right? This is the domain. But we need WorldGen deposits. Oh, Jesus. Come on. WorldGen deposits. And then the file name, crude oil. If I could type without staring at my keyboard, that would be nice. So that gives us the file that we're trying to edit, right? Vintage engineering domain, WorldGen deposits, crude oil.json. We're going to replace, and now we need to figure out what we need to replace, right? We're going to replace this tries per chunk. So path tries per chunk. Value 0. So the JSON patch basically like drills in and says, all right, here's the file. The fact that this is we might need to do that. This patch, or this file, the square brackets indicate an array. right? The curly brackets indicate a single basic, I don't know what you would call it, block of values. But this indicates that there's an array here. Even though there's just one item, it's still an array. I could get rid of these square brackets if I wanted to. But you can see here, here's a patch that has 4 different, or no, way more than 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different patches, which is where this array comes from. So you can see the 0 here. That's how you index into an array in a JSON patch. Is you have to include that 0. So the patch itself, even though there's only one object in here, is still the 0th object. It's still the very first object, which is base 0. So, and then we go 0, which gets us that block, and then we go tries per chunk, and we set the value of that to 0. So this condition, when gen oil deposit equals false, which means you want to turn it off, and then it runs. So this will basically disable via that config object. It will disable the generation of crude oil underground in the veins, right? This has nothing to do with the geysers and stuff. This is just the sedimentary rock generator. Tries per chunk 0. And yeah, it just basically disables this feature altogether. And the user never has to even know that that patch exists. But if you look at the log file after loading a world, even in vanilla, there's a whole bunch of patches that exist based on configs, right? The items you drop on death, that value when you set it, when you load the world or when you generate the world, drop on death, that's a config value that's in the background, and then that value edits a patch in the base game. So it's a pretty ingenious system that allows you to customize stuff based on, configs in another place. Now, you can't have a config in a mod that has no code, right? You can't add a config. I couldn't add this functionality to, say, the Orza Planning mod, where a config value edits something in the base, because the configs are loaded by code, whereas the JSONs are a separate system. So that is the nutshell of how that system works, and that, right, is the same variable name that I use in the patch, because the start pre is way before, it happens before any of those assets are loaded. And then you have start, called on both serving ladder after all mods received, but before blocks, items, entities, recipes, and etc. are loaded. So I'm setting this variable, and then several steps later, all of those assets are loaded, which is including that patch file. So you need that variable to exist before that patch is run, right? Otherwise, God only knows what happens. But that takes care of that. Now we need to go in and say, how can we edit, or how can we access when we crude oil well, block crude oil well, is this? Yeah, the attributes, this is okay. I'm not worried about that. There's a lot of variables that you can edit just with the well itself. You can edit deposit radius, the temperature, min range, right? So if the ones that are spawned in the desert are considered large, right? If they're spawning in the desert, they're considered large based on rain, temperature range, etc. So these allow you to edit variables, but they're done in the block attributes. So most of vintage engineering is customizable via the JSONs. It would be very it would be just crazy to do this in a central config, because the JSON for the blocks, it's such a good system to go in and customize it. So all of my machines, the sawmills and the metal presses and all the power that they all use, like you can go in and customize all of that in the JSONs of all the blocks already. I don't need to add configs for all of those. Whereas in Minecraft, a lot of those values are way hidden deep into the mod, and they're very, very hard to edit, which is why they have configs for all of them. Because the back end systems are built very, very different. Vintage Story is way more accessible as far as like the back end code. Okay, so here we go. Try place block for world gen. Now, gen deposit, gen spouts, gen pool. I already have a value as bool in the attributes of the block to edit this. Believe it or not, this feature was already done. And people don't look at things very closely. So this block here, if we look at block types, crude oil well, hey, look at all of those variables that you can edit. So these are already, these are what's taken over by our configs, right? So we don't need these anymore. Deposit gen, spout gen, pool gen, delete. They're already in there. Nobody ever looked at them because it wasn't a config. It was like, well, it's a block. There's a ton of variables that you can edit in these. You can edit all of these things. So yeah. So over here, we're going to basically get rid of these. Now, this onloaded is loaded when it's actually loaded by the system. This is not run when it's loaded by, like if you go into the world and you're loading chunks, right? And the chunks are loading, and you're going into that, and there's a chunk that has it in there. This is, I don't think this is called. It's just when it's loaded by the client or the server. I could be wrong about it, but okay. So gen deposits, gen spouts, gen pool. First of all, we need to grab. We have access to the API, so we're gonna do Vent engineering common config config equals API dot load no I can't. Oh man, load mod system. I think API dot load mod, not load mod config. What the hell? I forgot what the call was. I've used it so many times. I forgot what the call was. API.world.mod. I can't remember what it was called. Mod system. Mod system. Somewhere in here, there's a load. Really? Why am I blanking on this? Um, Git, maybe? Nope. Okay. I'm completely drawing a blank. Let's see. What mod would I need to do this for? Maybe I do it. Let's check the world eater. Because I know I have to access the config from the world eater. Tempt vein mine. Config. Okay. Flexible tools config. So somewhere in here, I'm initializing that. Config. Save limit. Where am I initializing config? There it is. Mod loader. Oh my god. API.modloader.get mod system. Okay. I was going out of my mind for a second there. API.modloader.get mod system. There we go. Vintage engineering mod true dot common config. Right? So this is getting that system, getting that config. Remember that config value, I can't write it. I can't write it. I can't write to it or change values outside of the system. But we also want to make sure if config is not equal null. Because if we're on the client, it's going to be null. Gen deposits equals config dot gen pool. No, not gen pool. Oil geyser dot gen bubble. Gen spouts equals config dot gen spout. Gen pool equals config dot gen pool. So this basically grabs those values, creates a little, local copy of them because I probably run into those over here. So the spout try place Splunk for origin. Okay. Spout height. Let's think about the math here. I know you didn't expect math today, but I'm just kind of refamiliarizing myself with this code. The fact that I got it to work, I'm still very proud that I got this to work. And the fact that some people want to disable it, or it hurts my soul. I'm just so proud. Like, I actually got it to work. It generates stuff in the world. Um okay. Um so this just initializes it. Um so this the deposit is just a single block, right? So I have to decide the try place block. If we didn't do anything in here, it would never place the block. You actually have to place the block, and because there's block entity information, I have to then spawn the block entity, right? So I create the block, I set the block here, then I create the block entity, and then I initialize the block entity with the deposit, and then I go to build oil spout. So this is then running and saying, okay, now we need to customize the deposit, the deposit block. That is not right now removable. That will spawn. Rarely, exceptionally rarely, but that will spawn. So then I come in here and say, all right, let's see if it's large. If we have that random chance at a large, which again I think is defined in the block JSON of the well. Then we get the climate. We get the climate at the position. We check the rainfall. We check that against the variables that we've already loaded. Surface Y gets the terrain. So this, we're at the whatever block position we're at. Remember, we're way deep underground. This spawns way deep underground. So this terrain get height map is like what height above me, right? What is that height? The very last block before air to the surface. And that, that's where that comes from. The returns the topmost solid surface position. So I think what happens, how this calculates, it actually starts up high and works its way down, right? So I don't know topmost solid surface. I don't know if it would detect like trees. I don't think it does, but it's a little worrying if like redwood trees are way up. Like, is the spout going to be like way up high? I've never seen a screenshot of that, and I did a lot of testing on my own, and I never saw a spout like way up in the sky. So, okay, so we grab a radius. We clamp it to min and max. Pool depth is a random depth, and this is the surface pool. Now remember, we haven't generated anything yet. These are just initializing the variables to actually generate it. And this is our first check. If not gen spouts. So gen spouts, if this is true, right, this switches it to false and it doesn't run. But if it's false, gen spouts, we want none. Spout height equals 0. So spout height is large. Height of the spout. This is basically taking if is large, then the spout is taller, right? Otherwise, the spout is shorter. Okay, so spout height equals 0. So if we're not doing a spout at all, spout height equals 0. The bubble center, I basically take, all right, we're at the surface. We already grabbed that. We're just halfway in. Halfway between us and the surface is where the bubble, the center point of that is going to go. And then we clamp it, bubble position, place the spout. We already set the spout height depending on the variable. We set the max Y, so I take the height and then add to the spout height. So if it's 0, it's not going to do the spout. This iterates through. So what this does is there's a single block. There's a single block, so you have the place. You have position of the well. That's the block that places. This goes up 1, so Y equals 1. So we're going up 1. And then we're doing basically a straight line from that all the way up to the spout height. So it's just a single block square up to the spout height. Now, if we're not doing a spout, then that's going to be surface level. And what I really want, spout max Y plus spout height. Here, if not gen pool, spout height equals minus 10. Just some arbitrary number. If not gen pool and not gen spouts. If not gen spouts and gen pool. So we're trying to cover all the edge cases. This is part of the annoying part about making mods. If somebody is like, I don't want the spouts, but I want the pools, right? The pools have to come from somewhere, right? It's bubbling up from somewhere. So there has to be that line. So we don't want the spout, but we do want the pool. Spout height is 0. We're chopping that down to the height. And remember, this is the height above the surface. If we don't want the pool, and we don't want the spout, right? Then we're taking the height and we're minus 10. It's going to be underground. You're not even going to see it. It's going to be 10 blocks under the surface. So this spout height then, because that's negative 10, when this comes in here, the surface Y, let's say the surface Y is 60. Let's just come up with a number. 60. It's going to add minus 10 to 60. You're going to get 50. And that's where your thing is going to be. Now, if you don't want the pool, but you do want the spout, that would be kind of weird. But to each their own. So, yeah, only if you... Yeah, these are the two major edge cases that I can think of. If y'all can think of another one. Okay, so that affects the spout and what appears on the surface. Because otherwise, if you disabled the pool and the spout, what you would be left with was a single square on the surface of oil. There would just be a single block of oil on the surface. And I know that if I did it that way, I would get somebody in my comments and say, hey, is there a way to remove that one block of oil? And it would be like, I would literally throw my computer through a window. Because it just inevitably happens. People are never happy with what they have. It's always like, can you do this? It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. I had somebody once, one of my mods. I just did I did all updates and stuff. And this time I took the Ores of Plenty mod, and I took all the stuff that Ores of Plenty did that wasn't ore related, and I moved that into a separate mod now because I had enough people complain that Ores of Plenty did a whole bunch of other stuff. So I moved it into the Ores of Plenty add-on mod. So Ores of Plenty is just ores. It's all it does. And then the add-on mod is all of the other gubbins that Ores of Plenty did. And so I just separated those two. And immediately I had somebody say, hey, can you release a version of this mod that doesn't have this? It's like, just delete the file, man. Just go in and delete the file. And, I named the JSON patch files. I named the files. So you can just go in and customize it if you want. Like, it's not that hard. A little bit of effort would save me a huge amount of headache. And all the modders. Anybody who is out there making modders, if you just put 2 minutes of effort into something, it would save us so much time and headache and nightmare. The equation is different if you're a patron or a channel member. That changes the equation. But if you're just some random Joe, some random person, shouldn't say Joe because he's a supporter. If you're just some random person demanding a mod get customized for your specific needs, I'm not going to prioritize that. Most modders aren't. Most people who build big mods, I just don't have time for just random people. It's just kind of the way of the world. Anyway, so now we have the spout being made at the height so it doesn't pop up above the surface. You could still technically find it, a random single, it's just, imagine it's an oil, it's oil trying to make its way up to the surface. It just hasn't quite reached it yet. Maybe there's not enough pressure. I don't know. Think of a reason, and that's probably a good reason. Okay, so this place is a spout. Again, this is just a single block line going up from the generator. If is large and gen spouts. So this here, if it's a large spout, it'll have the extra blocks on the compass coordinates, northeast, southwest. I don't know if there's an easy way to say that, but this is where part of the spout is thicker, right? You have extra blocks that are placed. And that's what this does. If it's large and you gen the spout. So, all right, so gen deposits, this is the bubble underground. So this is, if we're building a bubble underground, then do this. Build bubble is basically giving me a list of block positions. This build bubble is generating that sphere. And then I just iterate through and I set the block to the oil block. That's very, very, very simple. Now, the build surface pool, if gen pool, build the surface pool. So this, again, is a pretty simple one. It's basically already done. The functionality is done. I just moved the configs from the oil well block to the config directory. Right? That's all I did. The values were already there and used. I had already anticipated somebody wanting to do this. And they didn't take 2 minutes to look at the oil well itself and see that there was a thing in there. Now, I understand the mods are all zipped up, right? Most people are not going to unzip a mod to customize. I understand that. So this is why I'm moving them out into their own config directory. And I can't believe we've dropped 150,000 frames. It's obviously not my computer that's dropping frames because we're not even playing the game. Okay, so that is good. The bubble, this is just a really basic algorithm, figuring out the radius, and the distance too. this is a kind of a complex. I really didn't want to use this because it's a distance, but modern computers. I mean, this was true 20 years ago. You didn't want to do a lot of distance calculations because it includes a square root. Anytime you do a distance in 2 or 3 dimensional space, you need a square root. And it used to be where square roots were actually cost prohibitive. But in modern hardware with multiple cores, it's really not anymore. I think I watched somebody do like a test where you just had an algorithm that just did millions of square root calculations, and he was testing different languages and stuff, and man, were they fast. But back in the day, when I first learned in the late 90s, when I was first learning programming, a lot of square roots were very, very pricey. And then the build surface pool, I haven't really found a major problem with this. I was actually pretty happy with how random. Basically, how it works is the surface pool. I pass in the radius, and I basically are all right. It creates like this flat disk of a pool, and then it will randomly exclude blocks out of that, and it makes it so it's not just a circle, right? It's not just a circle of a pool. It actually adjusts the edges a bit. And I thought, no, it actually worked quite well. First we need to generate a disk, and then we need to edit the disk. So skip 10% of the disk. Right? And so I could tune this value. I could do 0.85, 0.8, and it would create, much more like chaotic pools. But I mean, there needs to be some pool-like shape to it, because it should be connected block. If you put a pump on it, it should be able to see all of it. And then I check certain variables. Is the block we're replacing, is it liquid already? Is it, if it's liquid and it's already oil, then skip it. Blah blah blah. And I do have somewhere in here. Try place block. Yeah. What I do is, if it's trying to build a spout below a lake, I don't. So it will not build underwater, because I was having a hell of a time trying to get it to spawn in water, and I really, the mixing of the fluids just bothered me. So I avoid it at all costs. So if the well is below water, it just doesn't build it at all. So you would never find an oil spout or an oil well block underneath water, whether it's lake or what doesn't matter what it is. If it includes the word water, it will not do it. Now you could create a special edge case for oil underneath oceans and create like oil derricks and all of that. That is a feature for future me. Like, I've already got it working, so we're fine. Now, build, rebuild. It really bothers me that warning. Oh. Oil geyser.gen deposit. What? Oh. There we go. Forgot I renamed that. Build, rebuild. Okay. So that built successfully. And we're going to go out here. Let's go right directory here. Um, Now, if memory serves, he was going to include a way of making the oil. He's going to do a roundabout way of managing the transparency of fluid. But done in a way that really like, So assets, survival, block types, liquid. Let's look at lava. Draw type, render pass, matter state, block material, liquid code. Vertex. Oh, no, not vertex flags. God, what was it? Does somebody know? Um, there is somewhere deep in the bowels of this API that I could set something somewhere to make the oil. Oh, jeez. Scared me. E? I can't even read that. Welcome. It scared the bejesus out of me. Vertex flags. Okay. Special class to handle the vertex flagging in a very nicely compressed space. Glow level. Z offset. Reflective bit. LOD 0 bit. Normals. Wind mode. Wind data. Oh my god. What? I have no reflective. What is there a change log that I could look at? Wiki printed story vertex flag 1.20 main page. I think somebody posted latest stable. Oh, holy crap! Look at that screenshot. Oh, you gotta see this. Look at this shit. I wonder how long that took to chisel. That's crazy. Okay. Let me do a search. Vertex. Uh, liquid. Okay. I I told you this was in here. Can now set vertex flag bit 28 to 1 for liquids and have them rendered mostly opaque. So bit 28 is in wind mode. How do we set? How do we just set bit 28? Wind mode, enum bit wind mode to 1. Water, fruit, water plant. None of these show me what values they are. Like I don't even know if this is gonna work. Like he says it is, but is it actually gonna do it? So 1 is weak wind. Vertex flag bit 28. Wind data. How do I set bit 28 and only bit 28? Okay. Let's open water. Enum reflective mode. Okay, where's that? I like how it says also worth noting that wind mode and wind data have totally different meanings for liquid water. What are those meanings? Can you elucidate on this? Like, what are the meanings? If they have different meanings, then tell me what the meanings are. Is lava? Yeah, see, like liquid is lava. Full alpha. Liquid full alpha bit mask. I don't know, everybody. This is driving me crazy. Um read by nothing. Um the problem is I don't know what to put in here. The values it says can now set vertex flag bait 28 to 1 for liquids and have them render mostly opaque. What? How? How do I do that? Where do I do that? Is there an example of somewhere that does that? Water and lava don't do that. Um, is there something else that I can look at? These are all solid, salt water, maybe boiling water, maybe. Um, Like if you're going to add a feature, if you're going to add an ability of something, put in an example of it being used because I can only guess. How do I set a single bit property? I have no idea. Draw type. Like what else? Um, is there maybe an item liquid type that I could? I need honey portion. Find in files. Okay. Oh, God, that's so annoying. Vertex flag in star.json. Trying to find all instances of the word vertex flag just to see. I mean, how the hell they do this? I could figure out if I set the 28th bit, like what that value would be. I mean, that's definitely it's got to be a 4 byte value. Okay. Vertex flags. Not what I'm looking at. Z offset is. I know it's clicking all over. Yeah, Z offset. Z offset. I'm seeing a lot of Z offsets, but nothing like low level. Wind mode. Okay. Wind mode. Let's try this. I'm looking at ball. Ball.json. Vertex flags. Wind mode. Water plant. So, water plant. Int flags. Int wind mode. Okay. So if I need to set the 28th bit, this is shifting by 25. So I need a 1, but a 1 that shifted 3 bits to be the 28th because it's going to take the wind mode value I put in there and it's going to shift that over, right? It's going to shift it over by 25. Well, I need the 28th. So if you think in terms of bits, 1 is the first bit. So if I set it to 1, then the 25th bit would be set to 1. If I set it to 2, right? That would be 26th. 3, so I would need 2, 4, and I probably need to set it to 8. Wind mode equals 8. Which is that would be the 4th bit. 20, taking the 25th. Again, I don't do a lot of bitwise operations, so my brain doesn't work too well. Enum wind mode. This dot wind mode value. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Weak height bend base. So it's either this one or this one. It's either 4 or 8. Fruit or bend. Um, 4 would be the third bit in. And we could pull up the calculator. Standard programmer. Bit shift. So if we take 1, 0, 0, and bit shift it 25, that is, wait, what? 1, 0, 0. Oh. Uh, 1. And then shift it to 25. That's not right. How the hell do you use this? Do 4, shift 25. That's the 1, shift 25. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 25 is there. Okay. So shifting it by 25 equals 26th, 27th. So I need it to be 4. Yeah, I need it to be 4, which is bend. Now this could just go wrong, like absolutely go wrong. Um, okay. Somewhere in here, I may or may not have. I don't think I have the vertex. Because when I asked him about this feature, I asked him about this last year. at some point. I was like, because the oil that was generating, like the actual block, it was way too transparent, like way too transparent. And I was like, I cannot figure for the life of me how to make this more opaque. Like I was trying and trying and trying and trying, and it just wasn't happening. And I was like, what is going on here? And I finally asked him, and he's like, there's not really a way to do that. And I was like, well, that's kind of an oversight because there's definitely going to be other modders that are going to want to add other fluids. Not just me, that are not just water and lava. Because lava, if something is lava, the renderer treats that differently, right? It basically makes that opaque. So there's no middle ground. You have water, which is extremely transparent, and then you have lava, which is very, very opaque. And I was like, how come we can't have a gradient? Right? How come we can't do this if something isn't lava? Because if it's lava, it also will try to, it'll expect it to like glow and other features. I'm like we need a way of doing this, and this was his solution: is the vertex flags. And I'm like, well, that is a horrible solution, but I'll take what I can get. I try to actually make well formed JSON. All of the base game files are all bad. I think I need bend. That's 4. Now, who knows if this is actually going to work? Vertex flags, wind mode, bend. Why we can't have a literal like block transparency, block alpha, something. I originally tried to do it via the texture, and it didn't work at all. It had no impact. Making the texture of the block more transparent had no impact, or not no more transparent, not transparent at all. So the block that exists, the texture, the block, zero transparency, and yet you can see right through the oil. And I'm like, what is going on here? We're gonna close that. We're gonna close that. We're gonna close that, and we're gonna close that. Okay, so let's close that. Go back to code. Now, let's see. I'm thinking of mods I have in here. As I've been updating the mods, they go in here. And the old mods for 119 were here. I think for the most part I've got them all in there. There's a couple that I need to tickle again. Farm survival being one of them. I completely forgot about that mod. But that's a JSON only mod. It would surprise me if that broke, but they could have easily changed some things. Yeah, I might be able to do this. I'm just gonna wing it. Why not? YOLO. Have the debugger load it all. Hey, loaded. Oh, play bricks blue. Oh yeah, the bricks changed. Oh, God. Like all of the clay had all of the clay stuff changed. Remind me later, please. Yay, the world didn't break. I did. Wait. There we go. Why is this enabled? This should not be enabled. What game mode? Oh, I'm in creative. That's why. Ooh, that was a lag spike and a half. Just opening this menu. Jesus. Oh man, what is up with that? That's crazy. That's a rough lag spike just to open this menu. And then to close it is even worse. Somebody did redo. I did get a message of somebody that rebuilt the air blowers in here, so that'll be fun. Yeah, there's probably a few things in here that are completely and utterly broken. Namely, yeah. I'm gonna have to break all this because I loaded the world. I loaded the world in one of my tests when I was updating another mod. It loaded without this mod, and oh Jesus! obviously, it scrambled all of the block entities. So, yeah, that's my bad. It's not a bug with the thing, but it is my bad. Okay, let's see. I had a spot down here that I had some oil spawning. I didn't mean to exit out of the damn thing. I had a marker down here, I thought. Huh. Oh, maybe... Oh, there it is. Texas T. I knew I had one. TPWP. Okay. Alright, now we do wgen regen 2. Of course, none are going to spawn. Because I made them way less common. Oh my god, it worked. It's actually... It's all jiggly and wiggly. You can see how, like, the... Not really sure how to fix that. That'll have to be a Tyrone. That'll be a Tyrone question. But it's definitely way more opaque than it was. Way more opaque than it was. But yeah, the things in the stuff are all off. Good times. And these were already generated. But you can come in here and see. Oh, let me get a... Should I get a light? Oh my god, the lag! Holy Moses! What happened to the game? there we go. And there's your little bubble. So this obviously isn't a big one. The bubbles in the big ones are pretty big. Oh yeah, and the actual this right here, crude oil well source. So you can see the remaining in there. That's when I do initialize deposit. That's the value that gets set. All right. Eventually, we'll have a pump jack that you're going to have to build, pipes down to, and to be able to pump directly out of one of those wells. And I'm planning on, because oil, each block is 1,000 liters. Let's think of it as 1,000 buckets. So each block is 1,000 buckets. That's a lot, right there. That's just a lot. So my plan is when it comes time to doing the refinery and all of that, the ratios, they're going to be not. It's going to be a huge loss, right? Let's say for every 100 milliliters, or for every liter you refine, you get like a fraction of that as the result. You get a bunch of like waste materials, whatever. I haven't fully decided on that. And hey, look, we have meteoric iron. Glorious. I love the visible meteor particle mod. It's just so good. Is this a single? I think it is. Or no. There might be more under here. Why was... Oh! It was because I was holding it. Well, that makes sense. Oh my god, the lag. That is definitely something I might need to poke Tyrone about that. Opening inventory and create them. Oh, there's another one over here? No. I thought they were way more rare than that. Yeah. Look at that. Cool. 2 of them right here. Now, trying to get another one to spawn around here would be rather hard. I mean, I could just sit and regen over and over and over again and just hope. This is one of the reasons why the generation rate was higher, because it's really hard to debug a feature that never spawns. If it doesn't spawn in the world, very hard to debug it. So you notice the trees change? Yeah, the trees is, again, the spawning is not a deterministic thing on the seed. The features will randomly generate. So you can have more trees, less trees, whatever. Tool. What is tool? Harvest tool. What is that? Is that? It's not. That papyrus? I have no idea. Tool. Probably not even pronouncing that right. That seems like one of those words that everybody would pronounce wrong. Yeah. We are not going. I keep hitting control to run to go faster, and it's not going to work. Oh, I'm flying. Oh, butterfly. Yeah. So the deposits would be way more rare with this than they have been, which hopefully will make people happier. They probably won't, but you know. Anyway, so it looks like water rendering is doing the same weird thing that my oil was. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit more opaque, but okay. At least there's that done. Now let's look at what bugs I may be able. So I'll package this vintage engineering up with this version. Put it out on my members only Discord for a couple days. Let anybody out there, any supporters out there who want to play with it and test it and you know do things. There doesn't have any major major feature changes. There's still a couple big bugs that I have to fix. With it has to do with blocks like broadcast, like getting ticked and properly like leaving or joining networks. There's a whole thing I want to rewrite in there. After thinking about it for a couple months, I sort of stepped away from the mod for a bit and just to sort of process, and this problem came up. And it has to do with like chunk load order when you load a world, or when you go back to a place in the world, what order the blocks load in, if they properly attach to the network. It's more complex than it sounds, but it's just like I need to be able to, if a block isn't a part of a network or isn't loaded, I need to be able to broaden and just have the block broadcast and say, "Hey, I'm loaded. I'm ready. I'm ready to be included in the party." But let's look at the log file. Server main debug and main. These are the main ones that you want. Now, grid recipe with output block code. Creosote oven north contains a green that cannot be resolved. Game clay bricks dash blue. Okay, so obviously I know that they did a ton of stuff with bricks. There's a whole new thing with bricks. Block. So it's a block code. Block clay bricks. Clay bricks. Interesting. Clay bricks dash good dash fire. Where are all the other colors? Well, I know they added a bunch more brick stuff things. Uh, brick clinker. What? Brick ruin, brick slab. Um, blue red fire. Okay. Blue clay is still in. All right. I think the easiest way of finding this answer is to load the game. Clay bricks dash blue don't exist. So I need to know what the hell. Nor. Hey. Okay. Raw. Fires into clay. Okay. Brick. Course. 4. Running gray. What? Brick course 4 running gray. You couldn't name this like vertical bricks, cube, tiny bricks, medium bricks, whatever. You had to name them soldier bond, header bond, running. Like, what does that even mean? They're so technical with this game, it's frustrating sometimes. Okay, so brick course 4 running gray. Okay, let's take a peek. Brick course. Okay, I'm loading this in my other editor. I have Notepad++, and then I have um, trust me, I have used every square inch. Oh, I've got so many files loaded. Okay, like 4 and 8. I don't even like brick course brick. Like, look at all these bricks now. Uneven. Is there a blue, brown, cream, gray, orange, red, tan? blue clay fires into gray. Okay. So, brick coarse 4 running gray. That is that is the recipe, or that is the block code of what I need to change. So if we go into Vintage Engineering, recipes, grid, and this is more or less like a temporary recipe because obviously the creosote oven is going to be a multi-block eventually. So this is now this brick coarse 4 running gray. Brick coarse 4 running gray. That's the running bond. And then there's like, you can see running R, header, soldier. Looks like there's a running, so the type header O, soldier O, running O, running L, running R. Oh yay. So brick course 4 running gray. Yeah. The creosote of it is, whatever. It is what it is. All right. Now, any other errors or warnings? From any of my other mods. Client debug. Failed to load blocks. That stood out like a sore thumb. What is that from? Jesus. Client debug usually doesn't help very much. All sorts of new block. Woo! Ooh, I may not have bricklayers on here yet. Yeah. Has bricklayers been updated? Yeah. Better Crate doesn't. Yeah, I don't have Better Crates on here yet. I think that one's been updated already, but yeah. Okay. Let's check. So hopefully that will take care of the loading bug that we get from here. And let me know if anybody out there who wants to test this. Let me know if you're able to explore the thousands and thousands of chunks, especially in the desert, and you never ever find a oil deposit. That would be a problem. They should still spawn. It's just going to be much rarer. It's going to be very hard to find. Okay, I can close this and this. This more or less worked. The distance rendering is a little derpy. But that's a base game thing because the water was doing it too. So it is what it is. Crude oil is done. Don't need that. Don't need that. Now, I want to look at. I'm pretty sure some people have mentioned problems with a few of my mods that have been updated. Farm survival. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna do that. I'll have to do that off camera. Farm survival is gonna have to be a pretty in depth. Like I'm gonna have to look to see if it's actually functional. Where's it? Plenty is clay. Um, yeah, there's a problem with the gold. Okay, so before I get ahead of myself, we're gonna go mod info. This is gonna be upped 3.2. And then for now, I think this is good to go. Compressed 0.3.2. And I'll put that in the members only channel for now. For a couple days at least until either somebody says, "Oh, it's broken horribly," or it's I don't hear anything, which is usually means people didn't have a problem with it. Then I can post it publicly. Okay, so gold and silver. What I do, so we're gonna let's exit out of this. Um, just because I want to look at item types. Oh, it's been a while since I've gone into the Ores of Plenty mod in depth. So I add deposits of gold and silver. I add Ore Star Native Gold Rock. Rock andesite rock man. Okay. And then I think I have to do gold ore. The bountiful chunks of non-quartz native gold silver don't have pulverizer recipes. So did he change how this worked in the back end? This is going to be ore graded. Item types, resource, or graded. Item types, resource, or graded. Metal units by type. Or bountiful. It's already set. And then the allowed variance. Old. Or eliminate. Behaviors. No, they're not. Crushing prompts by type. Hematite. Ilmenite. Cassiterite. Chromate. Galena. Or Bonneville native gold andesite. It's weird that this broke. This was working or graded. So I'm adding allowed variance. So this giant list, right? I'm adding or bountiful native gold andesite. And textures, block, stone, or hatches. Did I? Why would this break? Gold ore. Usually when there's no red clay spawning. Yeah, that's probably here. So let's. This makes no sense. Um, allowed variance or graded. This already sets. I don't need to individually set the variance because they're already or dash bountiful. Right? Or dash bountiful dash star. It's already assumes that. Or graded. Native copper. This is weird. Um, why would the pulverizer? Hmm. This might take me a while to sort of drill down on why this suddenly stopped working. Because basically what I'm doing is I'm introducing a new type of ore, basically a new item. into the ore graded, right? This is actually defining the item. And I'm introducing ore, bountiful, native silver, andesite as an allowed variant. So let's see. I want to get vintage engineering mod. Let me grab this out of here. I'm gonna load up the game manually. 1.20 test world, because why not? Okay. Yeah, I was testing the World Eater, as you can see, testing the vein mining capability. There's a pretty sizable olivine deposit below me. You know, kind of way down there, and yeah, everything works out. Everything works good. Um, and yeah, testing. You know, just testing all the things. Uh the game really needs a trash can, in my opinion. It doesn't have a trash can. That might be another mod I just spin up because that would be handy. Um, okay, so gold bits, gold ore. As you can see, ore, bountiful native gold andesite. Ingredient 4, gold ingot.
You know, the trash can gives me an idea. Maybe do an incinerator for the vintage engineering mod.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And you might want to do both too.
Yeah, you could do an incinerator. High temperature plasma incinerator.
Yeah.
You could even have the waste product being used for something.
Yep. I was thinking use it for energy, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the incinerator, since you're burning stuff, but you'd have to burn a lot of stuff. Usually it's...
Oh, yeah.
Modern incinerators use more power than they take, or that they produce, most of the time. There are some pilot plants that are experimenting. So, this tells me this works. So give block trunk east normal. No such... What? No such block exists. Did I spell something wrong? No. Oh. Is it valid? Yeah. Look at that. Excellent. Clear off some space. It's really... Um... bed. Wood aged bed. Yes, creative mode allows you to do all sorts of things, but it's not usually how I test because it's not a really accurate. Is this a freaking temporal storm? It is! It's the temporal storm! God, I'm hitting backspace. Thank you very much, keyboard. Stop hitting random keys. Oh, that opens up much faster. Okay. Maybe it's just because the other... Is there a command? Help. I don't know. Somebody can wiki that. I need a command to end a storm. Like, this is ridiculous.
End a storm?
Yeah, whatever. Temporal storm, like some command that ends a storm. I don't want to get into. I don't want to like show off all the new mobs and stuff. Just because I'm in a temporal storm. Plus, I'm trying to freaking test a goddamn mod. And it doesn't help. Doesn't help that. By the way, here's low lights. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot believe I tried to sleep. Goddamn temporal. This world is not that old. It's like day 6. It's like, oh, here's a temporal storm. What?
I'm not seeing one. I found a list of commands, but yeah, there's no temporal storm command that I can see.
Yeah, it'd be like...
There's one to make it spawn right away. Or to check when the next one is.
What I would do is like disable them altogether. Like, is there a way to edit the game, like the rules of the world?
Yeah, I guess maybe there's a group command, but I did a search for temporal and storm. I would have figured that, if there's a game setting editor, that it would give you details on what you're editing.
World config. somewhere in here. Game rule. Temporal stability. Oh no. World big. Stability. This is my test world. I just want to test shit. There we go. I'm not going to look down because those are weird sounds. I'm not going to care. I don't want to get spoiled. Okay, we have a little bit of gold. Get the world eater. Oh my god. I forgot I'm in. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Bountiful chunk of gold ore. Alright. Brush with hammer to extract nuggets. Let's do just the regular old hammer. Give item hammer. So just to verify, hammer, hammer, nugget, made of gold. Okay, that works. Pulverizer. Yeah, a lot of times I do this. By the way, I start searching. Somebody reports a bug. I drill down and do all of this BS to actually test it, and it ends up working. So another mod that they have is the thing that's actually breaking it. My mod works fine. So it would not surprise me if the time came and this actually works as expected. I wish you could click and drag the mouse button. But so the next thing we're going to need is a pulverizer. Well, let's just do. This would just be easier. Pulverizer. Pounder. Toggle. Pounder, toggle. Steel pounder cap, because why not? You have to do two at once. And then rotational. There is a auto rotor created. There it is. Okay. I'm going to turn that off for a second. because it's annoying. I'm pretty sure you have to push into this side. So let's get a hopper. And a chute. No, we don't need a chute. We just need a chest. We don't need a chute. We needed a wrench, though. Ooh, they changed the wrench? Nice. Okay. Now we put this in here. No. Not native golden quartz. It can't be one that's... There it is. Bountiful chunk of gold ore. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. Pulverizer. What? Why can't you pull up your survival inventory tools and stuff? Okay, what is the pulverizer doing where it's not seeing? That's in quartz. I don't want it in quartz. Please tell me that this... Bountiful chunk of gold ore. Yeah, that's fine. The quartz stuff. Quartz, no. Quartz, no. So what the hell? Or graded. Yeah, this... World properties block or graded. Why would that... I know I should probably put add merge in here, but that's not the problem, I don't think. Pulverizer. Block. Not the block. Not the block entity. Crush. Crushing property. We're not crushing it. It's not seeing it as like crushable. But according to this, none of the ores should be crushable. Well, outside of iron and titanium, which have crushing property, right? It's the crushing props that get dropped. No, serve a tick. I am at a loss, everybody. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to sit and think about this because I don't see a problem with how this is set up at all. Um, we need to clear this one because get rid of that shit. The metal units by type. This function is the thing that does it. Slot cap tier offset. Input stack, which is the ore chunk. Crushing properties doesn't exist, which means this never fires. It just doesn't fire. If props does not equal null, um, if we go down to crushing props by type, right? It's the iron, it's the titanium, and tin, chrome, galena, which is lead. Those have powders. Those have crushing props. But the everything else, I mean, even the native silver and gold aren't in this list. Um, yeah, I got to use the bathroom, and that activated the cat. You're so predictable. You're so predictable, cat. What am I missing? Let's open the block. Doubt it would be in here. No, pulverizer, block pulverizer, entity is pulverizer, behaviors pulverizer. You do this twirl every time you come in. Spin. She always lays down the same way, no matter what. Um, Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. I don't think we got any errors. Let's peek. I don't think we did. No errors. Does it work with any ore? Like, what am I missing? I'm missing like what changed between versions. Let's close these. I don't see anything wrong. There's nothing wrong. They had to have changed the pulverizer itself. Um, this should all work. 100% it should all work. So I'll have to investigate some more. See if I can pick this apart because this this should all be working. Um, right. I'm editing the blocks. Right. I'm editing this. Adding all the variants. For bountiful. Editing the crystallized versions because that's the thing. And then I'm editing the items. Um, it works with the hammer. I don't even know where that would be. Um, or I don't even know where that recipe would be to find. It's a weird abstract recipe. Crystal Smash. Nope. Tool. I think this is to craft the tool. Um, yeah. So you can see like item nugget uncreated by crafting. Yeah. All right. Well, this is going to be, it's a deeper rabbit hole than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a simple fix. And it's like, it's not. um, yeah. I don't, it's not jumping out of me is what's wrong. Um, It doesn't make sense. There's no errors in the log. There's no errors anywhere as to what's happening. Breaking them with a hammer works. It gives you the same result, but for some reason, you can't break them up with the pulverizer. I don't understand why. So anyway, yeah, that's very weird. Very, very weird. Um, so yeah, I'll investigate a little bit more. I don't like that it doesn't work, but what can I do? Nothing is wrong. There's no errors. It works with a hammer, so obviously the call works. The nugget call works to give you the nuggets. So what is the pulverizer now not doing? Is it a bug with the pulverizer? The thing about this is this could be a base bug with the pulverizer. They could have recoded this function, and it's only looking at crushing props, but it might not have crushing props. That's just it. Um, Maybe you're not supposed to use the pulverizer anymore for crushing down the material. Um, I don't know, but that's going to do it for today, everybody. Um, the updated vintage engineering will go out to the public probably Wednesday. Um, if there's no major catastrophes, uh, and then we can work on getting some of the bugs and stuff fixed before we move on to MV tier. There's definitely some reprogramming I need to do some of the features, and then we can move on. But yeah, and then Wednesday we're gonna do another Minecraft stream. We're just kind of chilling in Minecraft. I'm taking screenshots of things, kind of prepping and getting inspired for the MV tier and all the next things. So yeah, we're gonna be continuing on that, especially with immersive engineering. Um, Took a ton of screenshots on Saturday. I'm gonna have to kind of go through all of those, but yeah, we're just gonna continue kind of dabbling in that. And then Saturday, if we're all tired of Minecraft, Saturday we can jump into something else, or just I don't know, continue just chilling in Minecraft. Um, so yeah, I'm always up for suggestions, or people collectively want to move on to something new, then that's fine. But I've been getting some decent traction with Minecraft thus